let's begin. Without further ado. Start playing from the start. A carriage.
記録を読み返すと、あれは19世紀の終わり、厳しい冬のことだった。事件は霧深い深夜のロンドンの街路をひた走る乗り合い馬車の中で起こった。馬車には被害者と容疑者の両名のみ、複数の人間がその事件を目撃した。一体誰が想像しただろうか。この単純極まりない事件があのような恐ろしい結末を迎えることになろうとは。我が友シャーロック・ホームズはあの事件を振り返ってこう言った。思えばあの事件こそは序曲だったのかもしれないね。忘れがたきあの日本人留学生と演じた長い競争曲の始まりだ。
Here we go. Enemy! Let's sit back and enjoy together.
すごい。これって本当に駅な
Platform 9
のでしょう
and 3
か。
quarters.
駅
Watch
に
your
せ
step.
よ違うにせよ、これほどの建造物は見たことがございませんね。
蒸気機関車があんなにたくさん。
Welcome to London, everyone.
なんなんだこの国は。
Tea. Brian's Cocoa, the best in London.
なんだか夢みたいです。
これが大英帝国のデータ。
あんたたち
はい。
乗りなよ。どこへだって連れて行ってやるぜ。
それでは官庁街の高等法院へお願いします。
いいとも。あんたたち最近流行りの留学生ってやつかい？
ええ。
そうかい。それなら楽しんでいってくれよな。
Bye bye.
ようこそ世界の中心、大英帝国の帝都ロンドンへ。
Welcome to London. Here we go. Why are there doves inside? 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's offices. Oh. Speechless. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wooden paper most of our buildings are constructed from. Certainly unfamiliar. I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhiro-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No, so instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Right. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. You got it. which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. I feel like you got it is like a bit too casual for her. My bad. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that is the second reason why we are here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It is the only way that we will be able to remain here in London. Hope I'm up to scratch.
Oh, good morning. Sorry for keeping you.
Oh.
I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies.
Oh no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do.
How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Miles Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire.
I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh,
It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Rinnesuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire.
Yes, thank you. I tried. I don't know if I did his, grand pose justice. I tried. London. Let's talk about London.
So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? Do you like London?
Oh, Pete Peckle, help me. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. Head empty, no thoughts. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I am almost lost for words.
I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, pipe water and gas, even cable supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visit to London is astounded.
Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London.
Great exhibition? Spinny spin!
Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and we will make Paris World Fair look like a toy shop.
Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world.
Ow. Sorry. Even if you do say so yourself.
The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun.
I want to be a law student. Can we talk about that? Lord Chief Justice? Well, Laura, do you want to join? And do the voices too? I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you?
Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogi, if my memory serves.
That's right.
The British government has already telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores.
That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. Oh, okay.
My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours.
Oh, thank you. Am I doing an okay job?
And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news?
Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person.
They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I can see that it's true. It is with some regret that I must inform you. The death of a young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed.
If you would just hear us out, Long Strongheart. I said Long Strongheart. He is very tall, but I don't know if he's long.
What do you have to say, madam?
It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal.
Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
This is it then, the moment of truth. Continuing the study tour.
Hello, I am Longboy Strongheart.
Oh my, hold on. Someone is at the door? I don't understand who it could be though. Hold on. Sorry about that. I think it was someone just needing help getting in to the compound. They left their key inside. Thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead.
Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Spin.
Is there something I don't know?
Don't hurt me.
Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asoki. At least that is what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. Please don't hurt me. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this guy. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one! I actually want to say it's Miss Susato. Like, obviously the correct choice here is to say it's me, but I want to have some fun with this. It can probably only be... Yes! Miss Susato!
An unusual introduction. But I presume you mean this charming lady beside you. You're a lawyer, are you?
That look she's giving me. After all the days of hard work she put in to help me study. I can't let her down now! I think that's quite enough joking, don't you, Longboy Strongheart? My real answer is, it's me. I can do it.
Is that so?
I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but...
No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer.
I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once as it happens. And I had Cosmo to help me. And I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burial.
The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, not what you would call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training.
I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Soke's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do.
I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds.
Sorry?
Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer.
Oh, thank you.
So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment.
Huh? Eh? Are?
But let me ask you one thing first.
Yes?
You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path?
Well, yes, that's my intention.
I see.
Am I imagining things, or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden?
Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you.
Really? Hey! What is this test that you speak of? So what form will the test take exactly?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be?
Well, defending people, of course.
Well said. So let's have you defend someone.
Huh? Are?
Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be welcome news.
Today? Straight away?
If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler?
How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Longstrode? Lord Longstrode. I'm just going to keep calling him that from now on, just as a joke.
Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial.
A murder?
An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose.
That's easy to say.
But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment.
Capital punishment? He'll be put to death?
Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law.
We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life.
I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that!
Can you? Shake.
There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose.
Just don't lose, forehead.
So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court?
If I lose, he'll be hanged.
Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen.
He's testing my resolve.
What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be?
What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? We'll do it.
Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is...
I can't do it, I can't get the words out.
15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow.
You're too slow.
So, it's as I suspected, is it?
Sorry?
You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through.
Good.
The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Shoo, off with you.
Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Zato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it.
What are you trying to say, madam?
I still haven't decided what I'm gonna do for, like, the scary person. I think what the most Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice.
Wait, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh? Was there something else?
It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time.
But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case
has literally no one to advocate for him.
What?
At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down.
My mouse cursor was a cute little thing? Where? Where? Where's my... Where? Maybe if I, like, move it down to my avatar. I, like, don't really know the right position for it, but we'll see. Okay. But that's awful!
But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you.
So much pressure. There really is only hope. Orktooth!
So, what do you say now?
Me? What do you mean, Long Orktooth?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh?
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves.
Sorry, that one was deep. Like, when he does the, like, arm spreading thing, I can't help but, like, try to do that. He's gone.
The Old Bailey.
If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Examine. Let's derp around and look at these cool armor statues instead. Mr. Zato, can I just ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform a Zato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Longstrong. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the courthouse on time. Hey, look! It's what are they called? The people, the British cops. They're not called cops. They're called. It starts with a B. And Bobby. They're called Bobbies. That's what it is. Yes, they're called Bobbies. I remember. My memory is good. 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Whoa. At least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? I'm feeling tense, that's all, huh? This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whomever's about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're about to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Won't you look at those expressionless faces from the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. No little strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no? Jojo pose! Jojo pose! 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Otto, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the City of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Boink! It hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? I didn't know what I was going to give this guy a voice until I saw, like, the top of the morning to ya. And that just instantly said it. To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is... Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous? Do yous not know who I am? Me,
One of London's biggest names!
No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see.
I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the centre of London is another beautiful park.
Sorry? A park? What?
It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. Choose your pose. I donated it to the city, so I did.
An entire park? In central London?
A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its quarreled people.
That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary.
But now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What does the matter with the London police, I ask ya?
Alright, don't pass out now. I'm getting lightheaded doing that. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Well, Laura, what do you think of this accent? Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we are actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best.
What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I?
Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you.
Oh, I think I see what's going on here.
Sorry?
I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fellow claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazer can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation.
Well, not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean.
That would be the fault of the Reaper.
Sorry? Did you just say the Reaper?
Choose your pose. Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baruch Van Zieks. He's the prosecutor.
Wait, why did I go Scottish all of a sudden? Whoops. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper?
When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused the sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
What? I don't know why, I feel like I'm doing a different, more Scottish than Irish accent now. And I can't figure out how to get back.
So to reach the desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey.
Why can't I do it anymore? Goodness, Lord Baron Van Zieks must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. I'll just roll with the new one.
Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed.
Cursed? What on earth?
The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin.
His counsel? That would be me.
Oh, it's time. Well then, fella, don't let me down.
There we go, I got it back. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened.
Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had.
Sorry?
I decided I'd have to defend myself in there.
How would that have worked?
But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please.
Also, look, we have an armband. An armband I inherited from Kazuma. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on it. Oh, I wonder if we look in people. Okay, we don't know anything. We know nothing about the case. Mr. Naruhodo, the man is no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah, something that Cosmo never would have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. Oh wait, I'll be right there. I almost said that as Susato. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuna, because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. Autosave. Enter the courtroom. Ooh, flaming scales of justice. This is my stand. Scales of justice. Oh, there are so many people. Voices are going to be so hard. Oh god. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Oak Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I can't just help it. Boom. Dracula appears!
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGill. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared.
That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And it couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
I'm trying to go for, like, Symphony of the Night Dracula, but I don't know if I'm pulling it off or not. I feel like he's more imposing. Ugh. Cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. McGill. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
Why is everyone racist? Doesn't he? That bothers me a lot. Also, Laura, what do you think?
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud.
Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go and play in the Gilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Thank yous. I'm glad you like it. Hold on, let me drink some tea. Doing all of this is hard. I
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send waters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Any criminals here shouldn't be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, these people are...
The jury. Yeah, it's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view.
But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict?
That I do not know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses.
Yeah. Prosecutor Van Zeeks, my lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in this court. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bay, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware?
Dramatic Wade, Jojo Bow.
I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware.
He has a scroll! Yay! That's awesome. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason.
Sorry? Thrice?
He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible.
Oh. Knife stabby stab.
Victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death.
I need more tea. Doing his voice is like really hard. But I feel like anything less raspy wouldn't do him justice. I don't know.
Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that in the photograph as evidence.
The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. The photograph of the crime scene has also been entered into the court record.
And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well.
Let's look at the court... Oh wait, after we get everything into the court record, let's look at it.
And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGilden's gloves had blood on them? This is not a good situation to be in.
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I can start.
Continuing.
Excuse me?
According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time.
Only 2?
Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded.
Ow. I can't do that one for too long. That, the super deep one hurts my throat.
Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
It is the notion of the carriage, my lord. And so it is. And I opened my eyes again. 'Twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man who never laid eyes on before him in life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed.
Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning.
What? That's not all of it?
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
Oh my god. This is such a bad situation to be in. We know nothing about the case, and there are like multiple eyewitnesses. And there's... Oh, this is bad. Order! 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 Before that, let's look at our evidences. A report generated by Scotland Yard lists the cause of death as age was 54, time and cause of death was 15 February between 10 and 11 p.m. Stab wound in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Victim died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Alright, next item. Photograph. Oh, he has a missing button. Photograph of the victim taken with notice. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. I mean, we can see most of his face. And then, is there anything else that we can take advantage of here? Doesn't look like it quite yet, but the one thing that I do notice is that his coat is missing a button. I wonder if that'll be relevant. And defendant's leather gloves. He was wearing, there's a blood stain. Is there anything interesting on the gloves? Maybe like upside, inside of them? No? Let's look at the blood on the gloves then. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No, you're right. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. That's true, when he was like flipping it up and down. Pity, if only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. We don't really have enough information yet to make any decisions on where we can go.
And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
I'm like trying to do like a less raspy one, since that hurts a bit less. But...
Thank you, Counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once.
He's so imposing.
Oh god, there's even more people! I don't know if I can do this many voices. For the jury and the witnesses. God, there's so many people.
Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I can reuse the old guy from last year with this guy. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay, a banker in the city.
I can reuse this guy too. Name first. Lady first.
I make hats for gins.
I don't know, I'm just making something up randomly for the guy.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
What the witnesses saw.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
Victim and the man accused of killing him was sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right in his guts.
I don't know why he's like I know he's a British gentleman, but like, I need something distinct to like set everyone apart. So like, I'm going with Texas accent for that guy because he has the big top hat and the like weird handlebar. Well, not handlebar, but the weird mustache.
That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped the bus, and then I saw it too.
Oh, there are so many voices to do.
Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes.
Maybe I can like raise his tone a bit and give him like more of an accent. I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen inside of the moving carriage.
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. You're really so ignorant about our omnibuses.
Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
No. We only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is.
Wait, what? What do you mean? The actual scene? How?
A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes? Okay, I'm glad you like the new one.
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff, bring forth the stricken omnibus.
The stricken? Wow, he actually brought the entire carriage into the courtroom as evidence. This guy's on another level. Like, actually. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. I'm, like, amazed that, like, he actually brought the whole thing into the courtroom. Like, you know, usually they would bring, like, pictures of it or, like, stuff like that. But he brought the whole thing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above.
See, like, this is what I expected. Like, something like this.
Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of the omnibus.
There are so many things written on it.
I should put her out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
Ah, a skylight. Oh, he did the, like, derp face again. I love it when he does the derp face. It makes my day.
The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight.
That makes perfect sense.
Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That's the prosecution's wish.
Oh, his hat. His hair was on crooked.
Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
The omnibus has been entered into the court record.
Can't believe it! The entire crime scene enters evidence?
Let's examine it!
Whoa! Oh, Poggies!
We get to examine the whole thing! Phoenix, right on! I can't find anything out of place. A reference to the original Ace Attorney. Let's go. Is there anything interesting about the wheels underneath it? Let's see. Anything interesting about the front? Wait, no? Up here maybe? Jobmaster's London head office. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? Brr, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Oh, there's a sign. Oh wait, no. I thought that was this. It was looking at the sign. Let's rotate this a little bit up more. Well, we can see like the dirt from people's shoes right here. So like the... Oh, I see. The coach driver sits up here. And then like they have their feet. They have a spot to rest their feet on to keep them from like getting jostled. But like I don't see like... what do you call it? Like a way to strap yourself in. That seems dangerous. Like if the horses like rear or something, or like you make a sharp turn, you're gonna like slide off and like fall off. This seems really, really dangerous. Whoa! I don't know. Cause like generally when you're like, oh, I guess you can ride horses. Oh, I don't know. It seems like if like the road bumps too hard, like that could be very dangerous. Okay. Let's look at the door. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Wait! Full 3D inside too? Let's go! Oh, this is so cool. This is like the best part. They like never had a crime scene like this in the other games. This is really cool. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Okay, there's a notice. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now.
There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower! It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Okay, what else is there? Oh wait, same thing. Let's look at the seat. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentleman would be dressed in such finery, it would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Well, no. The one thing that I have to complain about with women's clothing is that we don't have as many pockets. Like, just in general. I mean, yeah, it's because we carry purses or like similar bags, but sometimes, like, especially if I'm just going somewhere quick, it's nice to just have, like, it's nice to just throw my phone in my pocket or something. But since I wear, like, kimono, like I mentioned earlier, I wear kimono outerwears and stuff, I can put my phone in my sleeves instead. It's very convenient. There's a handle here. The seat has a handle, it seems. Oh! I can look inside now. Still looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it is a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I do not imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Can we get a different reaction from individual things? No? Can I close it? I can close it! Fuck. Okay, now it's just repeating the seat. Okay, let's look at the other side. There's no handle here. And there's some blood on the seat. And that's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would clearly be visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Anything interesting on the floor? No. Anything interesting on the ceiling that's not just the skylight? No. I think we've fully investigated this. Okay. That was cool. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Sorry, I slipped back into my natural voice when I was talking as Naruhodo a little bit. I've been trying to make him a little more raspy this time to, like, help. I don't know. We'll see.
Let us continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, Counselor. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British cross-examination rights.
Rude! Stop being racist! Well, I don't know. Is this racist or is this xenophobic? Either way, I don't like it.
Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court.
Slap.
Focus. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus.
Get good. Ooh, the, like, cross-examination things look like swords.
So that's possibly me.
Okay, so we don't really have enough evidence to, like, just going over their testimony again. We don't really have enough information to say anything here. So help me, 3 whole. Oh, wait, let's read his end of statement. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend with a deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? What could it be? Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yeah, you're right. Let's listen to those witness statements again a little more carefully this time. Alright, so let's just go through and press everything. We don't have enough information to really point out contradictions at this point. Hold it! Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, how so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. Oh, we also have the mechanic where you have to, like, look at people to see if they're reacting. Oh, this is interesting. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Oh, look, he's wearing his sword into the courtroom. Look, you can see, like, the handle. Yes, that's right. Not all traveling in the same parts of bus, of course. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. Quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no. None. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, that loud boss of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, we're being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. No, he needs a bandana so that it'll blow in the wind. I inherited your bandana and your wind spirit. But he doesn't have the skill with the blade, so he doesn't get the continual wind. Cousin was able to cut people from across the courtroom with his. Hold it! And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage?
That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view.
I'm trying to, like, switch closer to, like, a British accent rather than a Texan accent. I don't know.
Further the weather and Hassan couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded.
I don't know. It's, like, kind of hard. How can you be so sure?
Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. Could have mistaken him for anyone else.
He's tiny. He's small. Small goldie boy.
Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here.
I really wish there was.
And out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it! You actually saw the exact moment it happened?
Didn't already testify to that? Well, fair dinkum hard-working city bank is not considered trustworthy these days.
Fair dinkum? That's a weird one. No. I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Huh? I've really got his back up? You mean his hackles up? I think this is a localization error. I don't know. Or maybe this is like a weird turn of phrase that I'm not used to. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail if that's...
My lord.
Juror number 3?
What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
Made up about what?
I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
Oh, magic! They shoot fire!
There's no point wasting listening time to any more of this. That's my opinion on the imaginary anyway. Hold it! That is precisely what I was going to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors.
Boink! Oh no. Flame! Like, I wonder, like, how they set that mechanism up. Because, like, the fire, like, travels in an arc over their heads into, like, the thing. I wonder if they have, like, a fuse that, like, is, like, very paper-thin transparent. That, like, they hit the switch and it, like, burns the fuse upwards. So it looks like it's the flame just moving up. And then it goes into that thing. And then they just, like, someone, like, the court stenographer in the background is, like, hitting a lever to, like, lower the scales on one side or the other. And it just has preset settings for every time they do this. It's kind of cool. And then, like, when we're not looking, someone else just, like, raffles down from the and repairs it. I mean, yes, it's just magic and it's cool. I just think about the logistics of these things sometimes. It's fun to consider how you would actually set this up in reality. What the heck is happening? Ah, let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that that doesn't happen. I'm even more worried than it was before.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
This is a nightmare. That's right, I stabbed him. I screamed at him, couldn't help it. Hold it! He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little jet sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down to the skylight. He was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
Ah, that didn't help me at all. The jury look like they're even more convinced by my plan than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGildet is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir?
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief! Yes, that's it! Our very one, sir! Is that?
Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar.
Oh my god, please, no!
M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
We went for the alliteration! Let's go! I like him. That was good. Objection! Baby slap. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes! Like in Mason!
Objection!
I want to do Von Karma's objection for him, but, like, that's way too deep for me. Like, even with, like, practicing, I can't imitate that deep of a thingy. Well, I can, but, like, the last time I did that, it literally made my throat bleed, so let's not do that again.
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused.
Gah. You hate him, but you love him.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel.
The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Let's look at that. Oh, that is a very obvious M. An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It should be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, that idea was quickly quashed. I like it when they use alliteration. I tried to do that for like all of my Code Vein videos. But I didn't get to upload Code Vein because I lost some... That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades. Yeah, Willora, I'm sad. I couldn't put it on YouTube because I lost a couple of like the most important episodes. I lost the first episode and I lost episode, I think 5, and then I lost episode 13. And episode 13 was the ending of my first playthrough. Like, and the true ending. I'm so sad. So I just didn't upload the rest of it. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. It's not a blade that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Whoop! Oh. This does not look good for us. Gah, it looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood. The victims, of course. Gah. Englishman's blood looks like a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand, but people are people, no matter what they are. No matter where they're from, and how they are. Though some people are bad people. Some people don't deserve to be called people, but... Ah, drawer number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! I like her. Her lines are fun. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Hold it. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Boop. Oh no. That's 4 people, I think. And again, that's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Hold it. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. He is collapsed on the floor, he was.
And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand like this.
By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
And then he punched it down like this, just stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you, too? Ask the master of the London Guild of Coachmen. The idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though I say to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Silverblaze, the finish is in sight.
Clink. The scales of justice.
Beppo is a law-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. Too kind, sir.
This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man.
2, 3, 4, 5. Old happy ladies. The only one who hasn't.
Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear? What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know?
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your name?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. The Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilder Public Library later and borrow some books? Slam.
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus the Gilded really is?
Ow. Hold on, any tea. Okay. What kind of a man is he?
The philanthropist Magnus McGill
Has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly.
But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls.
What? What's a Stone the Crows?
The Gilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service?
You're not saying that.
The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGill. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts.
What a coincidence.
Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded.
I don't believe it. Hold it! If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilden. Hey Ryu, how are you? But where's the evidence to support your claim? He suddenly pulls like alcohol out of nowhere.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law.
Oh, I have a gun too. See?
There is Lord Van Ziek's hallowed chalice.
How can this be considered acceptable?
But I find myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused.
I know, right? I'm trying to go for like a Symphony of the Night Dracula vibe when I do his voice. It's just hard on me, but I feel like no other does him really good justice. So I brought like extra tea.
You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
I hope I'm like getting across like a good feel for him.
A marvelous toast, Counselor. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record.
Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum.
Yes, Santa is the judge. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little pot, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before I don't stand for nonsense. Blink. Blink. The scales have tipped. That was it. The last juror's decision. Flip through the great big book of everything. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over? Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections?
Not like this, not like this, not like this. Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however, the defense. What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, blah, blah. The footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Revival! Summation examination?
Objection! A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced.
Desk slam!
So you're out of luck.
Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we will be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. That procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone 7. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Of course we're going to assert our right! The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord!
Objection! London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection! But it's our right, it's our right! I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
Defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter, seriously, so, all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Oh, my lord, you're out of putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before.
I haven't really heard with all this justifying luck.
That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around.
So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilty, guilty of this most serious crime. There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen.
I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fares are moderate. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence. Hold up. Hold up.
4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. 4 times 4 is 16, not 20. Hold up. That's a contradiction. Let's, we need to, talk a little bit. We need to talk a little bit about this. So, let's see.
A scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
Wait, hold up. He stuck the chap just next to him and stabbing him on the floor. Those two don't make sense either. Okay, we have some contradictions.
Let's see. Let's see.
Okay. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heart-warming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become.
Then what on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Exactly, the plot thickens, Laura. Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean?
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a unified front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for.
In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you are right.
Find contradictions in their statement and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right.
Slap in face.
Oh, double slap! I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand first. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord. Yay! Go more.
Oh, he's on the stand with the sword. Time to cut through your words.
Let's do this. Ooh, I like the kind of spotlight UI for this.
And let's do this pitting, because if there were 4 passengers, it should have been 16 pence if the price is 4 pence each. Let's go. Objection! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, Counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on Silverblazer's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus in the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare from the omnibus is always 4 pence. That is, fair and convenient single price. That's the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man, why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible.
There was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachman of the Guild of Good Honest Men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus.
Alright, and how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, huh?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales.
Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo.
Boink. Actually, I should flip those 2 voices. I think the guy with the, blondie is, more angry sounding. And the guy with the one would be, similar, but, less so.
This is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. We're moving it back.
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Oh, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more. Actually,
there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next.
So you need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions.
Exactly. You can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor. Continue with your summation examination.
I'm changing my lane to innocent. I should love to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself.
Stop a chap next to him, just like this.
Let's pit this against scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. Beggars belief. Let's go.
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only missing a jumper for my other half.
What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you?
We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3,
Mind you say I'm busy here.
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it?
Want to test me, do ya? It was like this. Stop the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said.
Yes, that was Mr. Flayplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, as far as I understand it, he was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move.
Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
But I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
Huh? Bless my stitches, what a muddle! What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Slam the desk. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Boink. The scales are equal once more. The scales.
I don't believe it. Oh, wait! Now here is my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all.
If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this?
Answer me this, Doc Jinx.
Huh? Dark Jinx?
What exactly is the problem? What if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events?
What of it?
Let's say Sherlock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and his young lady saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Sherlock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Or to take this knife to you?
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
They're ready to kill each other now.
But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question. We've seen the autopsy report. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman.
Or is it you, Doc Jinx? Come on out with it.
Slam desk. You're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. Everyone is shocked.
What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, then? That's what we want to see. I said 2 witnesses saw different moments of the same crime. You say that's out of the question. Show me some proof.
It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence.
As you wish.
What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report. There was a single stab wound to the abdomen. He can't have been stabbed twice. Take that. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once.
Only once?
It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times.
Alright, I can see defeat.
Boink. Yay! We have tipped the scales. Summation success.
Wait, that means forgers are now leaning to not guilty.
done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won! Yay! We have won.
What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I no lie when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head.
Why are you licking the sword or dagger? That's really creepy. I don't like this animation at all. Oh, this is such a creepy animation. Wow. He's like licky, 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 licky. Please tell me he's a barber.
Well, a quite remarkable turn of events. The defense system examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue.
The first successful summation examination in many years.
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth.
Yay!
So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case with the prosecution, if you please. What does a man? A miserable little...
Oh, he just breaks it in his hand. Okay. I thought he was gonna throw it. I wasn't expecting him to just like shatter it in his hand. Okay. Wow. It's extra as fuck. Like, that also takes a lot of strength. Like, it's kind of hard to like shatter a glass to that degree just by crunching it in like your hands, especially if it's a wine glass like that.
Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice.
I love that he uses alliteration. Alliteration is like one of my favorite things. You can see that I used it in the title for today. Alright, sketchy shitty sort.
It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
I'm trying to I think he sounds mad enough.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Is it cold in here or is it just me?
As your antiquated tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Oh, he whipped the cape off.
Bring forth the witnesses once more.
I like his... He's so dramatic. I really like how over the top he is. He's like Von Karma, but without being like unrepentantly evil. And I love it. He's serious now the cape is gone.
Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir. My lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind.
Oh mio Dio. Oh mio Dio. Wow.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
Okay, various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I for once told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
He failed us on the ferry, did? And I saw that plug cut in his sight as well. It's all too much.
I'll tell you, I saw McGilda stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yeah, you stabbed him. Yes, you did. I think so. Eh? He's no longer a certain.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage.
Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fee is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold. The last room of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish actions brought dishonor to the entire guild.
If I may, sir.
I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. Done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Math works.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games.
His voice is fun to do, but it like hurts me. Absolutely. Hold on, I'm just setting the thing up so I can see chat a little bit easier. There you go. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but,
Well, half of one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Okay, let's see. What do I want to actually do? He seems a little unsure here. Let's press him. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes. That's right. You stated that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife as in an ice pick grip. That's a interesting... Well, technically, yeah, I guess it's accurate, but, like, it's a weird way to say it. I suppose I might have, you know, put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. And I turned around, yeah, I saw it through the skylight. A gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. I saw it, yeah. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yeah.
So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all.
I really thought that I did, but...
I want to go over it again in my head. No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment. Oh, we have an interruption. Pursue it. Chotto! Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay?
Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. We didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What were the chances of that?
Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? I don't know. I need to think about this one. Because, like, technically, yes. But at the same... Well, actually, hold on. Let's look at... Like, I wanted to look at the diagram that we had. Because, like, he's... Like, because what matters is where he was sitting. Because... Like... Let's look at the window. You see that the blood is over here, right? So that means he was sitting on that side. So if the guy was sitting here, yeah, it's totally possible for him to have seen it. But if he was like up here, then it's not possible. Like, it really depends. Like, it's possible, but it's also not possible. Oh, I don't also remember examining this. Oh wait, it's a 3D. Okay. Let's open it. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. I can't read any of this. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness. What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? Wait! That's the banker guy. It does sound strangely familiar. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment! Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Oh, okay. The details of the debtor's ledger have been updated in the court record. Let's see. Let's go with no chance and see where it leads. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day.
I don't know what a Ballarat day is, but... Someone explain in the comments, please! Oh yeah, Naruhodo is like really good at remembering details and like pitting people against, like, the characterization there is a little inconsistent. I think you're right, Laura, where like during the summation examination he was like, like think of all of the things that we just talked about. This is wrong, look at this. And then he's like, who is this guy again? And Susato's literally like, he's literally the person talking to you right now. That's a city in Australia. Really? I'm guessing the weather must be clear in Australia then? Interesting. But why would like a Londoner make that reference? That seems off. Like is there like a closer city that's also called Ballarat?
Like, especially at this time, like, this time period. That seems like a weird thing for a banker in London to refer to. Surely there's a closer Ballarat than the one in Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Fairplay.
I don't know. I don't know the exact time frame of this, but...
Oh, excuse me as I'm getting a little hot on the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw.
Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You think I'll forget the sight of those blood stained hands as the butcher stabbed the man?
Oh, I hadn't gone through it. I wanted to see what his after conversation was. Not long ago, this trial never very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Let's go press this person. Blood-soaked?
Well, perhaps soaked is laying a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over. Both of them were covered in it.
And you saw that from the roof? Through the skylight?
Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside the carriage as well. I'm quite sure what I saw.
The speaker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. You feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo? That's when you should have a good look through the court record. Alright, that was a pretty strong hint, so... let's, go back to that. So, what's particularly wrong with that? Blood-soaked hands. I mean, there's only blood on one hand, and like he's exaggerating, so I guess maybe this. And I guess technically, like, he wasn't barehanded either. He was, you know, wearing gloves. Yeah, let's go. Let's try this. No. Objection. Blood-soaked hands.
Well, I admit that it's a little thick, but anyway, there's definitely blood on them.
Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question.
Oh, yeah, right.
And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Oh, he's like a hamster! Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. It's like eating sunflower seeds. He's reminding me of Hamtaro with this. I want to watch Hamtaro again. I have flashes to Hamtaro, like little nostalgia flashbacks to Hamtaro with this. I don't like, I haven't seen it in so long, I don't remember if this is just like nostalgia making me think it was good, or if it was actually good, but... Hamtaro, if we work together, it's much better. Hopefully that brings back some memories for you, Willora, as well. in short, Mr. Fairplay. Your testimony is inconsistent.
Yeah. But no, that can't be right.
This cannot be. So you're the liar here, then.
That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands.
Now he's bending the whole thing and eating. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying.
Hi, Yuki. How are you?
Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains.
Oh, thank you.
The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection! No, Mr. Phillippe categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court.
Why? I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard.
And see, Yuki, you weren't here for this, but I just finished talking about this. He reminds me of Hamtaro. He's like, like eating sunflower seeds. Don't you think so too? Yeah, I know you left Hamtaro. That's why I'm exhibiting it up to you. Yay!
Oh, gentlemen, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't provoke.
He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Oh, we actually do have evidence.
My lord. Yes, Counselor?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
I'm glad that you came in. This is a good point of view. Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Phillippe had reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
The thing is, the defendant in this case is, I'll explain this for you, Cake, as well. The defendant in this case is a very rich Irish gentleman who is actually one of those loan sharks. And that's how he's made his fortune, is being a loan shark. And just, if people, like, once charging stupid interest rates and once people default on their loans, he takes everything that they own. So, one of the people testifying against him is actually in debt to him and needs to pay his loan back very soon, but doesn't have the money. So, like, his justification for lying might be, if this person gets arrested and killed, I won't have to pay my debt back, and I won't lose everything that I own to this guy. Take that! This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilden. Also, this is what Mr. McGilden looks like. He's like, top of the morning to ya. Hello. This guy is the scary, like, strong heart. He's like he's the Grand Lord Chief Justice. He's like,
welcome to London.
And then this is Dracula. He's literally just Dracula. Listen to his description. Supposedly the souls of those he prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another. This guy's the guy who got killed, and then everyone else is just...
Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
No, it's barely worthy being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilden were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right. No, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGillicuddy's hands, both of them.
Objection! And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying?
Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir?
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
What?
What?
It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes, I might finally have a chance to turn things around here.
What the witnesses really saw.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember it. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage we all would have seen.
There isn't really anything that we can point out directly with evidence here. Lo and behold, in truth of fact,
not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage and the man's hands were covered in blood. It must incriminate evidence now, but I'll remember it.
I'm sorry. I couldn't keep a straight face while trying to do that. That's really not what testimony is about. That's not how this works. This man is having a crisis. Everything this man knows and loves is crashing down around him. It's like midlife crisis, midlife emotional damage for effect, a pink pack, or feel your apple exploding in your mouth like orange.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts.
In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, Constable.
Yes, my lord. What do you mean it's a small amount of blood for getting stabbed? Most of it soaked into a shirt. We have the picture of him. Like, see? It's like mostly on the shirt. It's like, that's like stuff that like fell down. But interestingly enough, like, this brings another question, like, we can see here that like, this is where his body was, right? Like, how did blood get through him onto the seat underneath? It's something I'd like to know. Okay. This is generally the end of stream time, so I will keep going since I have time today. But the next time we get to a moment where we shall see to be continued is when we'll end for today. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what is ended. Mr. Foreplay didn't see Mr. Mason being stabbed at all. That's a hugely significant change in the facts of the case. And there's something else that occurred to me whilst listening to the witness's latest testimony. Two of them are recounting what they saw through the skylight in the omnibus roof. I know it's a large window and certainly affords a good view of the inside, but... well, I think perhaps we ought to confirm what they're saying with our own eyes as much as possible. What do you mean? I mean that we can examine the evidence firsthand. The omnibus is here in the courtroom after all. That's a good idea. And we can consider the witness's statements that while we're looking around. And I already did that way earlier. I like examining the evidence when we get it. I slipped up when I didn't notice because I meant the ledger immediately, but I was excited at the time. Okay. Let's see. Let's press this part. Mata! Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty?
Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea of 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing.
You just admitted to fixing gambling in court. I don't think you should do that.
I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I let a borrow spending money for the weekend.
I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir.
That's what I'm saying.
This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness.
Is that really how this is supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife. No, I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I mean, we don't really... You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands?
Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilder's clothes had any sign of any blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I can remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilder sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir.
He wasn't wearing these gloves?
That's right, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly.
It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I like how he, like, pulls out... Like, his evidence isn't just, like, a piece of paper, like Naruhodo's is. He pulls out a freaking scroll. It's like, bear witness to my elegance. Hold on, let me drink some tea.
Okay.
I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilder's gloved hands.
There wasn't blood on his hands.
This is puzzling indeed.
This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it.
Didn't hear anything. Not until I heard the scream. Oh wait, that was the other person's voice. Sorry, there's just so many voices. It's hard. You didn't see anything. Oh, yes, sir. As you say, no, sir, I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong for me to make up stories and just say someone stabbed a man. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
I know what you're insinuating. I certainly wasn't making up stories.
Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it?
No, sir. I saw nothing at all.
Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London's streets, no?
Awkward silence. Please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. That's all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir.
It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo!
Ah! It's like a dying frog. Anyway, the fact remains. There could have been anyone else inside the carriage or we all would have seen.
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight and the roof of the omnibus?
That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. I don't know about this young fellow, but couldn't enter the cabin.
Oh? Why not?
It's locked on the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door.
It was locked?
That's right, it's a public bus service, but you see, that's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you I just wasn't looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely so I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Ah, you mentioned long and hard. That is my name. That is my friend's name. Mr. Longboy. Unequivocal, I would say.
I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight?
They might not have been. I was talking about this like an hour ago. They might not have been able to.
Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What? By golly, really?
Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident,
There could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Japanese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh.
Oh, I'm glad that he said something in the flesh. Like, I used to make fun of, like, the die monster, like, speech. And I used to, like, the way that Dracula said flesh. It was amazing. I wanted to try imitating that one, so I forgot to say it.
very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand.
It was not by my hand that I was once again given flesh.
That line is so fun to make fun of. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? And this is what I was talking about, like, if you're sitting here, like, your field of vision is, like, here. And if you're up here, you can't see it. Like, you would have to, like, spin around in your seat and look backwards, but, like, that's kind of, like, unrealistic. You need me to voice the entirety of Symphony of the Night? Oh! Let's present here. Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Aww. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Yay! Ooh.
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Japanese have a forbidden habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
This is actually, like, aside from, like, the way that he said it, this is actually true. Because a lot of speech in Japanese is angled around, like, it's considered kind of rude to be, like, super direct about something. So, like, if something is, like, very inconvenient for you, or, like, you don't want to necessarily directly decline something, you'll be like, like, I'll say it in translation instead of in Japanese. You say something like, it's a little... And you just let it hang. Like, you don't finish the statement. It's, like, very... Like, you generally, like, try not to say no, but, like... Yeah, like, it's very difficult, but it's like... Like, you'll, like... And the expectation is, like, when you get that response of, like, like, that implication is, like, it would be inconvenient, but I'm being too polite to say no. Your, like, reciprocal response should be to, like, take back what you were requesting and be like, oh, I understand, like, I'm sorry to have imposed. But, just an interesting little cultural, like, side lesson.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? Let's think about it in terms of people we know. So, let's see. Obviously, it can't be Susato. It can't be the Prime Chief Justice. It could be McGilded. He was in the carriage. It can't be the granny. It can't be the prosecutor. It can't be the victim. We know where he was. He was the driver. These two were on the roof. It literally could only be McGilded. Like, that's the only option we have. Which would make sense if we want to say, like, somehow someone got on without people noticing. Or, like, was already there without people noticing. And then that person, like... Because McGilded said he fell asleep when he was in there, right? So, what if he was sleeping next to the guy? And then, like, the person across from him is the one who actually, like, did it. That's the only thing I can think of. So, let's go with this.
I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name.
You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt.
He is fun to voice, but it hurts my throat a lot, so I have to, like, drink tea after every time.
Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Hold on, I'm like cleaning my mouth. I accidentally dropped a little bit of tea on my mouth. That was my controller. Feels bad. Okay. Take this!
passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
See how many people I had to voice? There were 6 people that you missed, BK.
Ooh! He threw it into the flame!
Yo!
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
Throws Chalice into the flame instead of him on the floor.
If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks, people talk of these tiny island nations in the East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly.
Rude? What are you trying to say?
Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to that fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection! But that premise may be wrong.
What?
If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded... I need more tea. It creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection! Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection! The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands! Both of them!
Objection! And who was this third party?
Obviously, the true culprit!
Extraordinary! Order! What exactly are you postulating? Objection! The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection! I've drunk so much tea today. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and he couldn't exactly make out their faces. The tops of their heads were... Oh wait, that's Fairplay. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them there. Yes, that's right. Both Jitsmiths certainly had it. Hatters do tend to notice such things there. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter?
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in the cabin.
How can you be so sure?
Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would not have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled.
He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it.
Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a false statement to the police.
But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian.
What?
If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord? Should we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not? Well, we kind of have to. We're at a dead end otherwise. We need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. I raise my hand. Hi. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Here, only low tone will consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say.
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at our guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favourite little pot has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. See what I mean? There are so many voices in this guy.
Yes, the choice as a man must be held. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse for the day?
This part is longer. This part is long, wow. To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person were indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begad, no. 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. To tell yous all, or me keep my mouth shut. Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? What?
No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now.
Ooh, that was deep. Ow. I'm truly sorry. Sorry, I'm Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That, I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage at night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Oh no, there's a bang. Ah, smoke! Everything's on fire! Fire! No! Look, someone's trying to get away! After them! It's no use! It's no use! I can't see anything! What's going on? Everyone's panicking. Be careful, Mr. Nodahodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff. Oh wait, judge, sorry.
Bailiff, for sure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
This part is longer than I expected. We're hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos, as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed everything up to this point for today. Let's go ahead and save our current progress. Alright. Hello, YouTube audience. Sorry to interrupt your viewing, but I just wanted to explain that unfortunately when I was adjusting my audio settings for OBS, after I had finished, without knowing it, like as I was setting up to start stream, I accidentally clicked on the desktop audio part when I was moving over it to start stream, and it actually increased the volume when I had previously balanced it to be lower. Thankfully, someone came in and noticed it, and I was able to fix it relatively early into this part of the stream, but the voice and music balancing will be off for a little bit. Just wanted to let you know that it does get fixed relatively quickly. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy. So what on earth just happened? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened.
Mr. Sato!
I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke.
A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use.
They're just making sure everything is safe. I think the trial will start again before long.
But who would have done something?
Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom.
Flee the court? But why?
Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear.
A young girl? Could it be? The other passenger that Mr. McGilvert was just talking about?
My thoughts exactly.
So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilvert, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here.
I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl.
Who is she? And what was she even doing here at the trial?
She was taking a huge risk and for what possible benefit to herself. There's another matter that's troubling me.
What's that?
The 20 pence.
Oh,
The book of everything. Let's see. According to the coachman, Mr. Becker, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. Hello, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Good to hear. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly.
but now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers.
Which means the figures don't seem to add up.
It's strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We're going straight away.
Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial.
We'll know soon enough, Miss Usato.
Yes. How are you today, Tachi?
Doing good, doing good. At a slow but productive.
Yeah, the Old Bailey courtroom.
There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilvert. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before.
I'm trying to also do a unique voice for Ryunosuke. I might have to do it later in the stream with it.
But after that rather eventful research, the man resumed the trial. Mr. Magnus McGilvert. Now then, Lord Magnus. Believe we've established the cause of the smoke was failed proceedings early. Let's see. seems to have been an advanced form of smoke, the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gathering, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl?
Silence!
You're responsible for the smoke grenade, which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom.
Oh, by the way, how's the, like, volume balancing and stream? I tested it before you so I can tell.
What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior?
If I may, my lord,
Yes, Mr. McGillicuddy?
I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the event of that night, so it is.
Very well, Mr. McGillicuddy, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case.
Your mic could probably go up or the music can go down.
Okay, let me try making the music go down a bit. Because, like, I'm trying to... The problem is, like, to make my voice louder, I need to increase the gain. But if I do that, you start picking up, like, my laptop. Is this better? Just what did happen that night? Okay. It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Witness testimony. The young girl.
On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away.
It's good.
Okay, good.
I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. But what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct?
'Tis exactly as the defence counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord.
I, like, tried practicing some of the voices in between stream. Hopefully they're better this time.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel?
Yes, my lord! Or rather, no.
He did the face again. I have no idea where to start.
Prosecutor's angry. Guess we'll just press everything this time. Hold it.
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board?
There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either.
You were the first passengers. I see.
Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is.
Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat?
By all means. 'Tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable, and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Angry prosecutor. Angry Dracula. Got woken up. A loud thud, you say, and a scream?
Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise.
So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor, having been stabbed?
Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. When the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor.
You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a flicker collapse on the floor at my feet.
Hold it. You set him up? The victim, you mean?
That I did. One to see it across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't believe a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you?
Jojo Pose. 'Tis common courtesy, so it is.
I find that a little hard to believe.
Our Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? I think I might just do the Ara in my own voice.
You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is.
I found like a more growly way to do his voice. I can't do it as loud, but it hurts a bit less to do it that way.
Well, no, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. Are you suggesting you're just gonna leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self just do the same?
Yeah, the scream says you heard the sound time as the third of the victim collapsing.
Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from.
Hold it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm sure you... Oh wait, I have to do this first. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is.
What do you mean by that?
Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside.
Good gracious! Under your backside?
And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage.
Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside.
I already did last session, and that's when I found her.
Boop.
There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball.
Hold it! You say she was hiding herself?
Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest.
You're really overacting this.
Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her.
The seat opposite?
That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Hey lassie, will you sit next to this dead guy here? I need to talk to you. We need to discuss a little bit of business, if you get my drift.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir?
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time.
Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats.
Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly.
In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason?
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight.
Crowd is rumbly.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl.
After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
What? This girl here, a petty thief? Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question.
She literally just pulled out a gun and shot the judge. Yes, assaulting the judge in court is now allowed. This is a thing.
How dare you? What is the meaning of this?
And she's gone.
The girl, she's gone.
Open your eyes.
I'm over here.
Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, isn't it?
No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast.
No, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? This was in a bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Do not wave that thing in my direction again.
And Dracula's just like, I need a drink. I'm so done with this.
So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question?
Oh? All of a sudden she's quiet? 'Tis alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please.
Gun. More gun. I too will post gun. Gun.
You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I have to.
Witness testimony.
What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. And after a while, I heard this loud bang. Nearly jumped out my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact.
How?
As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself.
I think a demonstration is called for.
This is where I was sat that night.
And the cubby hole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume.
Now the seat is empty. When I examined it, the interesting thing is that if you look at this point, you see how it's empty? If you look at the omnibus yourself, it's empty now. There was stuff in here before. Oh, so maybe there was stuff in here that had to do with the case, and during the smoke thing, the whole reason they emptied the courtroom was to get the stuff out of here.
This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. ... Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is.
Of course, there were things here before. I'm not wrong, and you're not wrong. They stole the precious thing. Madison stole the precious thing. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Oh, so you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. Give me just a sec. Know that if the police found her, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Like, I wonder who did kill it.
Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question?
Not at all, my lord, not at all. Oh? I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. Jojo, so I thought. It was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of the less fortunate lass, you know. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
My lord, this is a fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. Ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir.
Boink. More not guilty.
With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time.
Boink. Everyone agrees. Not guilty. Justice flare.
Saints alive. All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty.
Mr. Naruhodo, this... Well, it must mean...
It must mean what?
That we're victorious.
We've won? Are you sure? Objection.
This man just kicked his feet up on the bench.
If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy.
Oh. Everyone's like, oh.
This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices.
Huh?
Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day.
Emotion?
The witness's latest statement gives a clear insight into his true nature.
What do you mean his true nature? What do you mean?
Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat.
This is method of order.
How could such a devious contrivance possibly been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty.
I'd called it. I said that before, that it was full of stuff. You can go back to last session if you want and check. There's definitely a bunch of stuff in there.
Well, my Nippy's friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law.
Arms fold.
Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be?
Gah. Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Oh, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks.
Okay. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter?
Gah. Unfortunately, yes. How am I supposed to answer this? What can I say about the state of that little compartment or the seat in the omnibus? It was definitely not empty. The problem is that, like, if I hadn't looked, then I could say that I hadn't looked. But I definitely looked, and I've been calling it out this whole time. I could lie and say it was empty, but I'm pretty sure I'll get penalized for that. Just, I don't know. I would assume it to be one. I'll just be honest. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes?
Are you sure, counsel?
No.
Be whist! What are you saying now, you daft door? I thought you were on my side here.
Now he's angry.
What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position?
Because my job is to search for the truth. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Yeah, I need to use my normal voice for him. Van Zeeks is still kind of rough on me.
Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, fella.
I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded.
Well, don't forget you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then, A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole there under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interests now to admit you might have been mistaken?
Gah.
Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment home to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleece in the pick-purse are lying.
Guilty. Boink. Gah.
I can't believe I was nearly taken in. A stinking rich always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. Not like this. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick.
Not like this. No.
Quite so. I must concur here.
Goodbye. Scales are balanced again. What have we done? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Hello, Laura. Excited. Hi.
Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, Counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please.
Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Angry Dracula. Cross-examination. What the girl saw.
So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always.
Hold it.
So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point in spinning a jelly to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. That conk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I'll slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach. No?
Coin flip. Yeah, has brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much.
And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I got on the seat. That's all I can tell you.
It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. Hold it! A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the gold permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit? God permit?
Oh yeah, well that's what my con called it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal road, carriage ain't got no one in it for a while.
And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away?
That's it. Only that night. Oh, this cove was sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin?
Yeah. Right, mister?
To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you?
So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then.
I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that odd place. It's pitch in there. Hold it.
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all?
Not a jot. Most days I push the cotton up with me head and look out the crap. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle.
I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher.
I mean, I can have a look. The seat I got on there ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head.
And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see.
Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Hobson's choice.
Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor.
So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there, not for no thought. After a while, I heard a loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. Hold it.
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor?
Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump.
And you let out a scream involuntarily?
That's right. And I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden.
Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not? It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment?
Yeah, I saw it. What, boy? I pushed up the cushion and out of quick butchers when I had the chance, didn't I? Irishman was sitting up the bloke who had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite.
That matches Mr. McGillicud's account, of course.
But then, a sort of fatally turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never risk looking. It's because of that this swell found me. It did help me get away, mind. Hold it.
And when Mr. McGillicud discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place?
I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all.
Next to the victim, Mr. Mason?
Yeah. The bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. God, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog.
Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe he talked with Mr. McGillicud for a while. Is that correct?
He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and all that. I heard something from up above. Someone screamed.
Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume.
I didn't know no one was seeing me face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and here was Oarsman says to me, Get back onto the seat. I'll say that you can get away later. It's hard doing a character under, like, imitating another character. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief, shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we will clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. Something's bothering me, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I mean, it feels like... I mean, I pressed everything. I don't really see what the thing is here. Maybe I should have been looking at Pursuit. This was the most suspicious one. She was like... Because she was like so hesitant here. He is not reacting at all. I wasn't looking at him at the time. He's not reacting at all. He's got an impressive poker face. Let's just try going back and looking at the other statements. Oh! That's new. How did I miss this the first time? Pursue! Excuse me? Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Scary games, horror games make my heart goes boom boom. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. Oh, I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? No, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But jabbers! There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. What should we make of that last statement of hers? Let's add it. Obviously, anything will be fun here. My lord! I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless... Boink.
Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please.
What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. It won't work on me.
That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move.
I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. Okay, I don't really get anything else here. Let's press.
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself?
Not exactly, no.
Sorry?
Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the caution up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw his swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me.
And Mr. McGilvin sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct?
Ew, what'd you add maneuver then, eh? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But why? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market. Snowed like an old dog he was.
Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder?
But she just said that she heard a bang. But if all she heard was snoring, that sounds kind of weird. Doesn't add up.
Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court,
It's clearly at odds with the facts.
at odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared.
So Van Zieks realized it too. Mutter, mutter, mutter.
Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court.
According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilda's snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! Double slap. There's something else she should have heard. Well, So, the interesting thing is that I don't think there's any evidence that we have. She said that the cabin was empty. She saw McGilda get on, and then she didn't hear anything else. But we know that 2 people were in the cabin. Mason was in there. She didn't hear Mason, like, at all? That's kind of weird. Like, I don't know. I don't think the snoring would be loud enough to drown that out. Let's try this line of thought.
Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate.
On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained the presence of the following person. Also, he probably let out noises when he got stabbed. Oh, that's her profile. A young woman who witnessed the incident from her hiding place aboard the omnibus on the embark. She was discovered by the defendant. She's 17. Magnus is 48. Male is 52. Susato is 16. Zeeks is 32. Wow. Mason. Take this!
Thrice-fired Mason?
Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear was that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. That's what I thought. Like, she should have heard something from the guy.
Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel.
Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course I was. I got home while the driver was in the pub, didn't I?
And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGill.
That it was. Not necessarily in the cabin was when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight.
So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time?
Did I not just say as much? I wasn't travelling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? With a crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure.
And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all?
No, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for this swell to leave.
In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh, we know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts.
Oh no.
Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks.
Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement.
It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend.
What are you talking about?
You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more.
He's dead wrong. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket, let's not forget that. Oh no. She didn't even say anything, she's just like, you're guilty. Ryunosuke says the same thing. She didn't even say anything.
I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars.
And neither can I.
Mr. Foreman.
I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars.
Off he goes. Boink.
Oh no, we're almost guilty again. 5-1 right now. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning toward guilty. And Jackal is just like, thank you for doing my job for me.
Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me.
As he raises his goblet to toast.
Yes, very refreshing.
See, cheers on his goblet.
Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten we are working for you, Lucius Eastern Adamant? This is carnage, it's perfect.
Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going... I guess drinking in the courtroom was okay back then. No, I think it's more that everyone is afraid of this guy. He is the Reaper after all. I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost.
I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Hold it!
Everyone is shocked. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, It may shed an entirely new light on this whole case.
What are you saying? Counsel?
I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
Oh wait, that's the judge.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus?
There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He can't have been there already because she would have seen him. He was put there after he died. There's another entrance as possible. I don't see how, but possible. He was put there after he died. I don't see how they would have pulled that one off. Because you would have had to, like, someone would have had to kill him, like, put his body in the thing. But she already said, like, he had a knife in him and he was still bleeding, which means it was done in the carriage. So the only way that this makes sense is if this is basically, like, another entrance. Because, like, potentially, like, what I'm thinking is maybe someone could have come in through the skylight or something like that. But, like, I don't even know if it opens or not. Like, I examined it and it didn't, like, flip open or anything. But then the question there is it, like, did someone else commit the murder? Like, maybe one of the two people who, like, accused him of being the witness, maybe they did it? But then the problem there is, how did one of them, like, get in without the other noticing, kill him, and then get back out? Like, how would that work? Wait. I think he was put there after he died starts making more sense that way. Because what if he was, like, on top, got killed, and got dropped through the skylight? Because that could have been the thud that she heard. It was actually like him falling from the skylight. Let's actually go with that. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed.
Objection. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Well said, Lord Antiques. The obviously is troubling me also.
No. It's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards.
Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage?
Through the skylight. Well, obviously...
I shall have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant ramble.
Wait, at least let me explain. I must learn to ramble more relevantly.
The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those eyes of yours, so I ask you again. If this petty thief's words is believed, explain the appearance of the victim.
Okay, so in this case it has to be there was another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see.
Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection! But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered.
Oh, really?
You sure about that? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the closed cabin. Everyone is shocked.
All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you proposed the victim entered the cabin?
Like I was saying, the skylight. How is the previous thing wrong? If I'm right, well, I'm putting it. Take this. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. Then why was the previous thing of he got put in there after he was dead wrong? Excuse me.
I say, the skylight. Objection. Your ludicrous proposal has me lost for words. However...
Objection! The skylight may be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection. So you claim. But you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory.
Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade seemed the same thing in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor.
Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger.
Yes, it has. But would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact?
Good gracious.
Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. That's what I just said. Why is he, was put there after he died wrong, then?
Objection. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible.
How can you be so sure?
Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen.
So they're the ones who did it.
And yet not one person made mention of such events in their testimony.
Well, yeah, that's true, but... Hold it! Oh, let's make it lit. Hold it! Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. Do you suppose? 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not.
Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were?
Old lady is. Hold it.
Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blatherer?
You rotter, he said, you rotter. What are you insinuating? Why are you galloping like a horse? Why? Why are you like this?
Why are you like this? Why are you the way that you are? Who has wronged you? Oh, this is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
He'll give you a shine in a minute, he said, and so will I.
Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker.
And me, a very angry hatter.
Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest in the strongest possible terms.
That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel.
There are so many characters in this trial.
Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know.
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Six. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof.
Accuse? I never intended to.
It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the results. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation.
I know it was rash to put the idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought.
What are we wasting time for? Get him done. Testify.
Guh?
I thought there was something fishy about that hat for lowering my maid eyes on the fellow. We'll have to see this matter through now, one way or another.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify.
What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy.
Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this. The gilded says nothing but looks on smugly. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Refuting the accusation.
We're the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I could swear to that.
If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed?
In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
If you also shoot the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof?
Well, there's... I'm pretty sure he did, because there's blood on the floor. It, spattered when he fell through. I'm still mad that saying he, was put there after he died is technically, wrong. Though that seems to be what happened.
I must say that on listening to the testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see.
We're innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you are in collusion with one another.
What?
Yeah?
According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. I don't trust coppers anymore, and I trust the stinking rich.
Something doesn't feel right here. The trail is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy?
Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. So technically we have 4 people here.
We're only 2 people on that roof deck, dead or alive.
Hold it! So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck?
Absolutely not.
No question about it, he said. Not at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Mr. McGilden is just like, oh my.
Is this true, Mr. McGilden?
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately.
That's not right lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in.
Let me stop you there, fellow, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? It's all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that.
I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well. If anything had happened or was sitting, don't you think one or the other would have noticed? Hold it! Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly.
Is this some kind of a lock?
Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly?
Are you fair dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bit of cold. And if you did manage your eyelids were free shut, you'd never open them again.
That's pretty extreme. It was extreme, I tell you. We had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. No, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. See things!
I believe we've reached an impasse here on this particular point.
You! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really.
In case neither of us know the first thing about the victim, we have no reason to kill the man.
Hold it. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before?
Oh, no, not once, never.
You never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. She might be too far away. I kind of want to see.
No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us has the remotest...
Oh?
Neither of us has the remotest connection to the gentleman who were inside the cabin.
I mean, technically no, because, you know, what do you call it? What do you call it? This is...
mean, technically Bruce was indebted to McGilded, so let's pursue this and see where it leads. Excuse me, Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel. What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder.
What are you insinuating now?
Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it is fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date.
I beg your pardon?
You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir.
At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion.
Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. Everyone is shocked. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as thrice-fired mason? Ugh. That was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of form, my lord. Oh, this you know. The picture shows Mr. Mason wearing a very unique hat. I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't ya say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. Well done. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. I know, right? Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me lose an interruption. Hold up the proceedings. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. What could possibly have opened? Hold it. Are you quite certain about that? Are you sure about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time?
I'm gonna lose my pluck with you in a minute.
He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said.
Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night.
So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all. What? He's just like, what? Flat what? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand.
Now you hold on there just a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. So let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we?
Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I swear he's Hamtaro. I want to give him Hamtaro's voice, but it would be like so jarring. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happened. And the judge is just like, what the fuck? The
just his expression is just like, bro, why are you like this? This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
Oh? There's a pursuit option? Excuse me? Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? Coin flip. Catch. It opens. Hmm? The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? Wow, impressive reloading animation. All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's the law, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, you can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. Not a great I had purses coming at my ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Oh, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. Oh, the last bloke's purse, he got horsed to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why I can't open it from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck?
Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims.
And so it opens. Oh, my hat! See? She's right. I also like doing that accent.
Order, order, order. So, it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Okay, so like, do I actually have to like go investigate it myself? So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. So like, if we go inside now. Cause like, what I was saying is like earlier, cause like there's a big old splat of blood on the floor. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood scene is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zeke's made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?
I'm like, if the two of them are talking, I know that like my voice is kind of closer to Susato's voice, so I'm being a little bit more... Oh? Hello? I am trying to do Naruhodo's voice so that it's easier to tell who's
mine now.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Hello. Thank you for coming by. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why someone like me?
Ah,
What is it?
look, just here. Look at this. That's...
Without question.
it's blood.
Why would there be a bloodstain there?
Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? The details of the omnibus have been updated in the court record. Okay, cool. Oh, and now I can present here. Where's the proof? It's the blood on the inside visible frame. He hit it when he was on his way down. Objection! Oh, wrong button. Objection! On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom.
What? That's a humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible.
Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel,
My lord.
I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight.
And I was just here. Got it.
By Jupiter! Is that blood?
This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open.
What?
And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No!
Order! Hold it.
Oh wait, I thought it was gonna be the prosecutor.
But what? But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was standing inside the cabin.
And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the jet really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is.
What? No.
But it can't be. It's all lies!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, I thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they?
I'm glad you like him. I'm glad you like his voice.
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful pot couldn't have done such a thing.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2,
3.
Objection!
Oh, wow. Angry.
A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded.
Oh, and what would you be referring to now there, Lord Van Zeeks?
A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void.
What? Why?
For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection! But what are you talking about? It's there for everyone to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection. I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb.
Good.
So I can state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began.
But
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And what this court has been in session.
what? Hi, AIDS. Thanks for coming by. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a felon on over the capital for his fine contribution to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts.
Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? What do you mean? Pouring the wine glass in court again.
When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir.
Tut, Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? No. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say. But, if you will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Up! Oh, I accidentally hit something and it went fast. Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session.
My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words.
Ooh, okay. A little scary. My bottle of water is empty. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think, well, it's definitely possible because of the whole thingy that we had, the smoke bomb that cleared out the courtroom for a little bit. And it's the same time that they used to empty the thingy. I hate to say this, but being honest, it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh?
Good gracious. Explain yourself, Count. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit.
Deceit? I am sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Everyone pay. Emergency recess. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. I like that the camera did like a 360 spin on him for that.
Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten and feckless gouger?
Feckless gouger?
You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is. Objection. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated early as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial.
Oops, sorry, excuse me.
This morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims.
That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut.
Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things.
What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about it? What could it possibly be? Wait. If we think a little bit more about it, didn't I examine the omnibus like yesterday and there wasn't the bloodstain there? Like last week? Last session? Wait. No, because I remember earlier saying that I thought there was a bloodstain. have an inkling. My lord.
Yes, Counsel?
There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial.
What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better watch your back. Objection. Silence me, gilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification.
This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here?
I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim somewhere during the trial?
Because, like, everything else makes sense, but maybe it is this. Oh, it is this. Okay. Didn't Zeke's make no mention of it. Okay. Got it! If you consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom.
Good Lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Well said. Although as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue.
I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake.
This trial is over.
Mr. McGilden?
I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now.
But you're the defendant.
'Tis over, I tell ya! Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now.
Well...
And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it's been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord?
Angry McGilden is scary.
I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue.
Your lordship can't be serious.
Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first.
What formality?
As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty.
Yeah,
Which would mean we've won.
is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please.
Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Do you think he's innocent or do you think he's guilty? Everyone in chat, what do you think? I'll let you pick. What do you think? This is super sketch. AIDS, are you still there? Alright, that's 2 votes for guilty. Anyone else? Alright. That's 2 guilties, 1 not sure. Let's say he could be guilty. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence.
What are you saying, man?
Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent.
Good gracious me! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind?
What? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality.
I hope you like the evil laughter.
I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake?
His lordship would be fuming, and only unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said.
A stinking rich are always guilty of something. You mark my words.
I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea.
I thank you kindly, my lord.
I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. Objection!
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection! But, wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the scene evidence to be secured.
I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair!
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law.
Magnus McGilded.
Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you?
Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over.
Jojo pose. Well, something to be looking forward to then.
I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty.
Confetti. But there's no applause. It's just discussion. This is such a weird ending. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. This is like such a weird, like twisty ending to a case. It's also like relatively short. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. But like, I don't know. It's one of those, how do you feel about this sort of thing? 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant lobbies, and defendant's antechamber. That certainly was a long trial. Yeah, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that! The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection.
Aye, that you did.
Mr. McGilded. Ah, and that girl was with him too.
Well, it seems the stories are true.
Oh? What stories?
About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely.
I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure we did anything. What on earth were you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the headwear once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ha! 'Tis water under the bridge, laddie.
Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved.
There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not?
I suppose it is.
Now then, fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see for it what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Araby West, you're a humble people, are you? You're from the East. Well, if you insist. But have this still and all. I deserve a reward.
Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
They're going to examine it again? Now?
Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an outstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, very well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time here while you're studying in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move! Oh, I hit the wrong button. No, it's Windows display. Whereas, I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? I love every time she's like, gun. You're grown up. Sorry? And I all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh, hi. She's cute. Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now?
And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Huh?
Oh, do you want to play? You won't be mean.
Excuse me, but who are you?
Oh, good day to you. I'm, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
The inventor?
Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty colour, I thought to myself.
Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? Like, at all?
I just took my eyes out for a moment while I was just clanging onto a different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon.
Tell her what's it what now? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my lab. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine. Have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants to is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. Nice curtsy. I'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. Bye-bye. She was a lively one. Oh, what do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now? To then? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh, we haven't had the time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we might be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking in the Gilbert Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilda down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Anime? Wait, what? Oh, the omnibus is on fire! What? Oh no, sir. Let's say we gotta go to the end. Uh-oh. Someone's inside. Oh. Well, that's a super twist ending. Very, very twisty. End of the third case. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. What a twist.